Hello, my dear adventurers. It's Max. Welcome to Sleepy Night Stories. The North's military strength was considerable, massive, disciplined, and unwavering, and it was well understood by all that whichever side could secure their Stark support would gain a decisive advantage in any conflict. Yet Ken Stark, the Wolf of Winterfell, was not a man to be easily swayed by immediate gain or fleeting political favor. His mind, sharp and steady, was focused on the long-term welfare of his people rather than any short-term triumph. He observed the turbulent dance of dynasties in the south with a careful eye, fully aware that the wars waged there often devoured armies and lived with no lasting benefit to those who were dragged into them. Initially he was cautious, deliberately slow to commit to either side, weighing the consequences of every decision with a northern pragmatism born of centuries surviving harsh winters and brutal neighbors. The north, distant from the bustling cities and contested lands of the south, was not a place for rash action, and Ken had no desire to march his armies into a war he did not believe served the north's true interests. To him, dividing his people in the name of a dynastic quarrel seemed foolish, even dangerous. The long night, that ancient and ever-lurking threat, required unity, not factionalism. Still, Ken had given his word and oath sworn to support Rhaenyr's claim to the throne. Loyalty and honor were more than mere words in the north. They were the foundation of life itself. And when Justice Valerian, Rhaenyr's son, flew north atop the magnificent dragon Vermax to personally request the North's aid, Ken honored his oath. The meeting between the Dragon Prince and the Wolf of Winterfell would become legendary, a pact of ice and fire, forged not in haste but with careful thought and mutual respect. The pact outlined several crucial provisions, blending practicality with future promise. The North would send 2,000 men to fight for Rhaenyr, men known as the Greybeard's older warriors, whose deaths, while never welcomed, would not imperil the North's future. In return, Justice promised that when he ascended to the Iron Throne, he would send a daughter to marry Can's heir, a bond of blood and honor designed to strengthen ties across the realm. More immediately, Justice left behind dragon eggs, shimmering in their enchanted shells, though they proved tragically useless. Stone cold, they had long since turned to inanimate rock, a poignant reminder that even gifts from dragons could not alter the realities of time. Nevertheless, Can's army, though modest in size compared to the southern forces, was composed of hardened men of the north. These warriors were tested, disciplined, and loyal, and they proved their worth on every battlefield they graced. Yet by the time they reached the south, the war that had called them from their cold, wind-lashed homeland was essentially over. Both Rhaenyr and Aegon too were dead, dragons smoldering in the ruins of battle, and countless soldiers and supporters lost to the unrelenting tide of civil war. The realm lay exhausted, scarred, and desperate for the stability that only a wise ruler could provide. Into this chaos stepped Ken Stark, whose loyalty and formidable command of men had become widely recognized. With King Aegon III, still a child, and the realm in disarray, someone needed to take charge, and Ken, despite his reluctance, was the man capable of doing so. For 6 days, he served as Hand of the King, a period that would be remembered across the north and south alike as the Hour of the Wolf, a moment of temporary guardianship in a world teetering on the edge of ruin. During his tenure, Can's approach to justice and governance was unmistakably northern, swift, decisive, and deeply rooted in the principles of honor. He worked tirelessly to restore order, pardoning those whose crimes had been minor or unintentional, while meting out justice to those who had committed acts so heinous they threatened the very fabric of the realm. Several men who had betrayed oaths or perpetrated egregious atrocities were executed, their deaths a solemn reminder that loyalty and law were not optional. Yet Kin never sought to prolong his power. When his brief service concluded, he voluntarily returned north, refusing offers to remain hand or to claim greater rewards for his loyalty. This decision was emblematic of Stark philosophy. They accepted responsibility when duty called, but they coveted neither power nor title for its own sake. Can's return to Winterfell earned him unparalleled respect throughout Westeros. His actions established a precedent that would define Stark behavior for generations. Honor, service, and duty outweighed ambition. The aftermath of the Dance of Dragons marked a turning point in Targaryen rule. The dynasty had lost most of its dragons, and with them, much of their mystical aura and authority. The realm, once dependent on the supernatural might of dragonfire, now required the more traditional tools of governance: military strength, political alliances, and competent administration. In this landscape, houses like the Starks, reliable, loyal, and strategically wise, became even more essential to the crown. They participated in royal progresses when kings ventured north, rare though such visits were, and northern lords increasingly sent younger sons to serve at court, establishing links between distant houses. Similarly, southern knights occasionally married into northern families, weaving the two regions together through alliance and obligation. Despite these integrations, the North never abandoned its ancient duties. The Starks maintained their role as guardians of the realm's northern border, supporting the Night's Watch and manning the wall with a steady stream of recruits. Even as the southern kingdoms forgot the ancient threats beyond the wall, the North remembered the long night had taught lessons that could never be ignored. The Starks, steadfast in their duties, ensured that supplies, men, and guidance continued to flow to the Night's Watch. The bond between the Starks and the Wall endured, a testament to their understanding that some threats transcended politics and dynastic squabbles. Over the centuries, however, the long-standing alliance with the Targaryens frayed. The reign of Aerys II, the Mad King, shattered nearly 3 centuries of loyalty. The chain of events began with a seemingly simple tournament at Harrenhal in 281 AC, organized by Lord Walter, who offered the largest purse ever seen and drew lords and knights from across Westeros. Among the competitors was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, heir to the Iron Throne, handsome, intelligent, cultured, and seemingly stable, embodying all the qualities his father lacked. But the tournament took a perilous turn when Rhaegar won and, in an act that would ignite the realm, rode past his own wife, Elia Martell, to crown Lyanna Stark with the golden crown of winter roses. This public slight, shocking as it was, hinted at a deeper, more dangerous shift, a brewing storm that threatened the realm itself. Lyanna, already betrothed to Robert Baratheon, became the spark for conflict. Robert, fierce, proud, and relentless, saw in this act both personal insult and political threat. When Lyanna disappeared the following year, the realm assumed Rhaegar had abducted her, a belief that sparked outrage. Brandon Stark, Lyanna's elder brother and heir to Winterfell, acted without counsel, riding to King's Landing to demand the prince's life. This bold and reckless challenge was interpreted as treason by Aerys, whose paranoia and madness had grown unchecked. The consequences were horrifying. Brandon and his companions were arrested, and Lord Rickard Stark, summoned to answer for his son, was subjected to a trial by fire. The king executed Rickard by slow strangulation as Brandon was forced to watch, caught in a noose that tightened with every desperate struggle. These murders, acts of pure tyranny, violated every law and principle the North had held sacred for generations. Lords were no longer safe under the crown's protection. Trial by combat had been corrupted into execution by cruelty. The final push toward rebellion came when demands were sent to Jon Arryn, the lord who had raised both Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon, calling for the deaths of his wards to satisfy Aerys's paranoia. Jon Arryn, steadfast and honorable, refused, raising his banners instead, a decision that ignited Robert's rebellion. Ned Stark, barely 20 and now heir of Winterfell, rose to the occasion, leading his smaller but disciplined northern armies with unmatched loyalty and determination. Every man fought with the memory of Rickard and Brandon fresh in mind, and the young lord quickly earned the respect and fear of both friend and foe. The rebellion reached its decisive moment at the Battle of the Trident, where Robert Baratheon faced Rhaegar in combat. The prince fell beneath Robert's warhammer, ending the Targaryen claim to the throne and setting the stage for a new era. Yet even in victory, the North suffered. The Starks had lost much Rickard and Brandon in the security of their line, but Ned proved equal to the challenge. Robert, now king, offered him the position of hand, an honor Ned declined. Instead, he returned to Winterfell, marrying Catelyn Tully, solidifying both personal happiness and political alliance. The couple produced 5 children: Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, ensuring the survival and continuity of House Stark after centuries of trials. Despite this domestic peace, a shadow remained: Jon Snow, Ned's bastard son, whose true parentage was a secret that could, if revealed, threaten his life and destabilize the fragile alliances Ned had spent years building. Throughout these years, Ned maintained the North's connection to the Night's Watch, while others treated the Wall as a dumping ground for criminals and unwanted sons. Ned understood its vital purpose. He provided supplies, guidance, and leadership, supporting the men stationed there. Even as Jon Snow, unaware of his true heritage, took his vows. The stability Ned built endured the minor upheavals that arose, including the Greyjoy Rebellion of 289 AC. Balon Greyjoy sought independence for the Iron Islands, but the rebellion was short-lived. Ned led northern forces alongside Robert to suppress it, capturing Balon's son Theon as a ward, raising him almost as a son alongside his own children, a practice of both prudence and honor that mirrored the North's careful balance of duty and loyalty. As the years passed, Ned's friendships remained, but the world changed. Robert, once a fierce and driven warrior, had grown indulgent, distracted by hunting, feasts, and brothels. His marriage to Cersei Lannister produced 3 children, though none were truly his own. The realm was teetering between the chaos of political ambition and the slow, steady rise of new threats, the seeds of war and old magic alike. And through it all, the North under Ned Stark remained a bastion of honor, loyalty, and cautious strength, a reminder that even in the face of dynastic collapse and supernatural awakening, the Wolf of Winterfell and his line endured, waiting for the world to demand their full measure once more. Ken Stark's decision to support Rhaenyra's claim, though measured and cautious, exemplified the North's long view, the wisdom of a people who measured consequences in generations rather than seasons. He did not rush blindly into a southern dynastic quarrel, aware that to divide the North prematurely would weaken their position against the looming threat of the Long Night, a shadow that stretched beyond mere politics, beyond the machinations of kings and princes. Yet honor demanded he keep his word. When Jaces Valerian descended from the sky, upon the back of his dragon Vermax, scales glinting in the sun, wings slicing through the chill northern air, Ken recognized that promises, once given, were not to be broken. Their meeting, solemn and heavy with mutual respect, produced the Pact of Ice and Fire, a compact balancing immediate military, aid with long-term political and familial alliances. The North committed 2,000 men, the Greybeards, seasoned veterans whose lives had already been measured against winter and hardship. These were not young, reckless warriors, but older men whose deaths, though regrettable, would not jeopardize the North's future. In exchange, Justice pledged that when he became king, a daughter would marry Can's heir, a bond intended to intertwine northern honor with southern ambition, forging loyalty across the realm. The dragon eggs left behind, however, were a bitter reminder of time's passage and the fragility of hope. Their cold, lifeless shells, turned to stone long ago, could not breathe fire into the dying embers of war. Craig's army, small, disciplined, and hardened by the harsh northern climate, demonstrated remarkable valor and skill. Each man moved with purpose, each warrior understanding that loyalty and courage were more valuable than mere numbers. Yet the war they joined was already drawing to a close. Both Rhys and Aegon too had perished, their dragons slain or gone, their supporters decimated. The South was exhausted, the realm traumatized, and the need for stable leadership became urgent. Into this vacuum stepped Can Stark, one of the few lords whose loyalty and military strength remained unquestioned. For 6 days, he assumed the role of Hand of the King, a brief yet pivotal period, later remembered as the Hour of the Wolf. During this time, he imposed northern principles of justice and governance upon a realm still reeling from civil war. Can worked swiftly and judiciously, issuing pardons where appropriate, while ensuring the guilty faced retribution. Men who had betrayed oaths or committed particularly heinous acts were executed, their deaths marking the boundary between loyalty and treachery. Yet true to his northern philosophy, Ken did not cling to power. When his service was complete, he returned to Winterfell, refusing offers to remain Hand or to claim greater reward, demonstrating the stark principle that duty demanded action, not ambition. His return to the North solidified a reputation of honor that would echo across generations. The Starks were to serve faithfully when needed, yet never to accumulate power for its own sake. The consequences of the Dance of Dragons extended far beyond the battlefield. With the dynasty's dragons mostly extinguished, Targaryen authority lost its mystique, forcing the realm to rely more heavily on conventional power, military strength, political alliances, and the competence of lords. Houses like the Starks, steadfast and dependable, grew even more critical. Their participation in royal progresses, though rare due to the distance and difficulty of travel, created bridges between North and South. Northern lords sent sons to serve at King's Landing, gaining knowledge and influence, while Southern knights occasionally married into Northern families, weaving bonds that would prove vital in generations to come. Despite these Southern connections, the North maintained its ancient obligations. The Starks continued to guard the realm's northern borders, ensuring that the Night's Watch was supplied and supported, while much of the South had forgotten the Wall's purpose, seeing it as a repository for criminals or unwanted sons. The North remembered the long night, the unseen threats beyond the Wall, and the sacred duty of vigilance. The Starks understood that some dangers transcended politics, transcended dynastic claims, that their role as guardians of the North had always carried a larger, almost spiritual responsibility. The eventual decline of the Targaryen-Stark alliance was tragic, yet almost inevitable. The reign of Aerys II, the Mad King, shattered centuries of loyalty. A seemingly simple tournament at Harrenhal in 281 AC, organized by Lord Walter, with the largest prize ever offered, became the spark for disaster. Among the competitors was Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, widely regarded as the embodiment of intelligence, charisma, and stability. Yet, despite his personal qualities, Rhaegar's actions, crowning Lyanna Stark with the crown of winter roses in front of thousands. Ignoring his own wife, Elia Martell, ignited political tensions that would spiral into war. Lyanna, already betrothed to Robert Baratheon, became the focal point of a crisis that combined passion, honor, and political peril in deadly proportions. When Lyanna disappeared the following year, the realm assumed she had been abducted by Rhaegar. Brandon Stark, her older brother, acting impulsively and without counsel, rode to King's Landing demanding the prince's death. This act, though motivated by love and honor, was interpreted as treason by the paranoid Mad King. The consequences were horrific. Lord Rickard Stark was executed by slow strangulation in his armor while Brandon was forced to watch, strangled by a noose as he reached for a sword just out of reach. These acts, violations of law, of tradition, of trust, inflamed the North and made rebellion inevitable. Further demands from the Mad King, requiring Jon Arryn to send his wards, Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon for execution, crossed every moral line. Jon Arryn refused, raising his banners and sparking Robert's rebellion. Ned Stark, now the Lord of Winterfell, barely 20 years old, led the North with courage, loyalty, and precision. His army, though smaller than Southern forces, was disciplined and motivated by outrage and duty. The Battle of the Trident marked the war's pivotal moment. Robert's victory over Rhaegar ensured the Targaryen line would not continue, though the war raged on for months thereafter. Ned's performance throughout the rebellion earned him recognition and respect. Though House Stark suffered significant loss, Rickard and Brandon were dead. Lyanna's fate uncertain, Ned's leadership stabilized the North and secured its position in the new regime. Offered the position of hand by Robert, he declined, choosing to return north to rebuild his house and marry Catelyn Tully, securing both political alliances and personal happiness. The couple had 5 children: Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon, ensuring the survival and continuity of House Stark after centuries of near collapse. Yet, even in peace, shadows lingered. Jon Snow, Ned's bastard son, represented a delicate secret, a truth so dangerous that it could imperil the boy's life. His parentage, the son of Lyanna Stark and Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, remained hidden, and Ned's silence was a calculated measure to protect him from the deadly politics of the South. Despite this, Ned continued to maintain the North's bond with the Night's Watch, while others neglected the Wall. Treating it as a backwater institution, Ned ensured supplies, guidance, and honor remained integral to the Watch. His support enabled Jon Snow to join the Order. Unaware of his true heritage, yet firmly rooted in the North's principles of duty and vigilance. The peaceful years were punctuated by events like the Greyjoy Rebellion of 289 AC. Balon Greyjoy sought independence for the Iron Islands, but the rebellion was brief. Ned led northern forces to quell the uprising, capturing Balon's son Theon as a ward, raising him alongside his own children at Winterfell. This delicate balance of power, duty, and personal loyalty reflected the northern philosophy that honor was inseparable from governance and survival. Throughout these decades, Ned's friendships with Robert endured, though both men had changed. Robert, once a fierce warrior, had become indulgent, distracted by pleasure and excess, while Ned matured into a measured, thoughtful, and dutiful lord. The realm around them teetered between political chaos and emerging supernatural threats, with the seeds of old magic stirring in quiet, unnoticed corners. Through it all, the North, under Ned Stark, remained a bastion of honor, discipline, and continuity, a living testament to the enduring power of a house whose roots ran deep in the icy soil of Winterfell. Even as dynasties rose and fell, even as the South spiraled into betrayal, intrigue, and bloodshed. The North endured patient, vigilant, and ever prepared for the storms that history and magic would inevitably bring. The Stark legacy, tempered by centuries of hardship and honed by unwavering loyalty, stood ready to face the trials to come, as it had for millennia, and as it would again. When the world demanded the full measure of Northern strength, honor, and unyielding courage. When Robert Baratheon's queen, Cersei Lannister, reached out to Catelyn Stark with her request, a subtle, urgent plea for Ned to investigate the royal children's parentage. It placed Ned in a delicate moral position. He felt a profound obligation to Jon Arryn and his late wife, who had raised him almost as their own son, imparting lessons of loyalty, duty, and the weight of honor. This sense of indebtedness guided his acceptance of the hand of the king position, despite knowing the political quagmire he would step into. The court of King Robert in King's Landing was no place for the straightforward, measured integrity that had served the North so well. Here, every word was scrutinized, every action twisted into advantage by schemers and sycophants, a place where honor could become a liability rather than a shield. And yet Ned took his post with quiet determination, believing that truth and justice could still prevail, or at least, that he could act with integrity in a world gone mad. The sudden death of King Robert, so swiftly and suspiciously caused by a hunting accident, one many whispered was orchestrated by the Queen herself, catapulted Ned into a situation almost impossible to navigate. Duty and honor demanded he recognize Stannis Baratheon as the rightful heir, for Robert's children were not his own. Yet, pursuing justice in such a way meant open war against the Lannisters, risking the lives of his daughters, Sansa and Arya, still vulnerable in the capital. Ned attempted to act judiciously, revealing the truth about the royal children and supporting the legitimate claim, but betrayal ran deep. Petyr Baelish, a cunning and ambitious member of the small council, and the gold cloaks of King's Landing mercenaries, loyal only to the highest bidder, conspired against him. Rather than being honored as a man defending justice, Ned found himself accused of treason. The execution of Ned Stark on the steps of the great Sept of Baelor, commanded by the young and cruel King Joffrey, despite assurances he would be allowed to join the Night's Watch, ignited the fury of the North and fractured the fragile stability of the realm. Joffrey's cruelty was compounded by his twisted fixation on Sansa, Ned's eldest daughter, whom he treated as both possession and pawn. With their father dead, Robb Stark, barely 15, was thrust into leadership as Lord of Winterfell and Commander of the North, facing an immediate war against a crown that had already displayed its lethal disregard for Northern loyalty and honor. Unlike his father, Robb had the advantage of fighting on familiar territory, where the land itself seemed to lend strength to his cause, and where the bannermen, bound by generations of fealty, rallied with fierce devotion. The early campaigns of Robb Stark were remarkable. His strategic insight and the fervor of Northern troops enabled him to achieve victories that defied expectations. The Battle of the Whispering Wood saw him capture Jaime Lannister, one of the most dangerous pieces in his enemy's power games. Soon after, his triumph at Riverrun lifted the siege of his grandfather's ancestral castle. Yet, even as the North asserted its might, the broader political situation was fraught with complexity, with multiple claimants vying for power, shifting alliances, and enemies employing deceit, betrayal, and treachery. The rules of war became mutable. Honor, once a guiding principle, proved almost irrelevant against adversaries who understood only cunning, brutality, and opportunism. The infamous Red Wedding marked the tragic nadir of the Stark cause. Robb, in a personal choice that violated an agreement with House Frey, married Jane Westerling, the Freys, seeking revenge, and allied with the Lannisters. orchestrated one of the most infamous betrayals in Westerosi history, a violation of hospitality, sacred in every code of honor. Robb and his mother Catelyn were brutally murdered, delivering a catastrophic blow to the Northern Campaign and scattering the remaining Stark children across the continent. Arya disappeared into the Riverlands. Sansa remained a hostage in King's Landing. Bran and Rickon were believed dead at Winterfell, and Jon Snow, the boy sworn to the Night's Watch, found himself bound to an order forbidding involvement in the political chaos engulfing the realm. This fall of House Stark during the War of the Five Kings illustrates a bitter truth about Westeros. The very qualities that defined the Starks' honor, loyalty, and integrity were insufficient against enemies willing to abandon every convention for power. The world they navigated valued treachery, secrecy, and manipulation above all else. A stark contrast to the straightforward principles of northern governance. Yet even amid despair, a subtle yet profound shift began to unfold. The stirrings of ancient magic long dormant, awakening as if responding to the upheaval of human affairs. The discovery of the direwolf pups, abandoned south of Winterfell, just before Ned's departure to King's Landing, was no random occurrence. These creatures, thought extinct below the wall for over a century, found their way to the Stark children at precisely the moment when House Stark needed the most resilience, companionship, and perhaps even divine guidance. Each pup formed a bond with a Stark child, linking their fates in ways that would prove crucial as events unfolded. The wolves seemed to share consciousness with their human partners, a subtle, almost imperceptible telepathy that allowed them to sense danger, experience heightened perception, and act with a synchronicity that defied natural explanation. Jon and his direwolf Ghost exemplify this connection. With Ghost perceiving threats Jon cannot, guiding him, alerting him, and sometimes allowing Jon to perceive the world through enhanced senses. Bran's trajectory revealed the extraordinary depth of the Stark link to old magic. After being pushed from the tower by Jaime Lannister, an injury that should have been fatal instead unlocked abilities that had lain dormant in the Stark lineage for generations. Bran became a green seer, capable of perceiving events across time and space through the eyes of the weirwoods. The wolf dreams, in which he experienced life through Summer's perspective, became an intense training ground, connecting his consciousness to a realm beyond ordinary perception. He could feel the wind, the hunt, the pulse of life, the rhythm of prey and predator, sensations sharpened and expanded beyond human limits. Through the Weirwood network, Bran accessed a system of ancient magic established by the Children of the Forest thousands of years prior. The Three-Eyed Crow, a mysterious and guiding figure in Bran's visions, directed him north of the Wall to find the last living green seer, an ancient being who had waited decades, aware of Bran's destiny and the approaching crisis. This looming threat was clear. The others, the creatures that had brought the long night upon the world 8,000 years before, were stirring again. The Night's Watch had reported increasing sightings of the dead, manipulated and controlled by these ancient forces, signaling the convergence of past and present, magic and history, in ways the realm was only beginning to comprehend. Jon Snow's placement at the Wall placed him squarely at the center of this awakening. While he lacked Bran's magical abilities, Jon's first-hand experiences, fighting whites, witnessing the others' power, and understanding the existential nature of their threat, gave him insights into a danger far exceeding the political squabbles of King's Landing. Simultaneously, Arya Stark's journey in Braavos with the Faceless Men introduced her to a distinct magical tradition, one rooted in death, transformation, and identity, dating back to the ancient powers of Valyria. The mystical and the political intertwined in the Starks' lives, aligning timing, circumstance, and lineage to create a network of influence and protection against the encroaching darkness. Daenerys Targaryen's hatching of dragon eggs in Essos coincided with these stirrings of magic. Dragons, extinct for over a century, returned as embodiments of life, fire, and primal energy. The North's ancient magic, the wolves, the greenseers, and the weirwoods converged with the rebirth of dragons, suggesting a cosmic balance of forces, fire and life rising against ice and death. The Starks, with their deep connection to the old ways, were uniquely positioned to respond to the threats emerging from the north, fulfilling a role that the rest of Westeros, distracted by greed and ambition, could no longer perform. Through centuries, through betrayal, loss, and hardship, House Stark endured their honor, resilience, and fidelity to the north, serving as both shield and guide. As winter descended, their preparation, their understanding of both the human and supernatural world, ensured that they were ready to confront the calamities looming on the horizon. Wolves, dragons, greenseers, and ancient magic converged in a world poised between destruction and survival, with the Starks standing at the nexus, the inheritors of wisdom, courage, and the unbroken will of the North. Their story, woven into the very fabric of Westeros, revealed the endurance of duty, the importance of foresight, and the inevitability that some forces' honor, loyalty, and old magic transcend generations, shaping the fate of kings and commoners alike. In this landscape of betrayal, warfare, and awakening magic, the Starks embodied a unique combination of resilience, moral clarity, and mystical potential. As winter encroached and the others stirred beyond the wall, the North was ready. Jon Snow, Bran, Arya, and the remaining Stark heirs were not merely reacting to events. They were the inheritors of millennia of wisdom, strength, and supernatural insight. Their actions, guided by both human judgment and ancient magic, would play an essential role in the conflicts to come, not just in the battles of men, but in the struggle between elemental forces of fire and ice, life and death, history and destiny. This is the stage set for the next generation, where the Starks' endurance, the return of dragons, and the awakening of the North's old magic converge. The North, once distant and underestimated, stood at the threshold of history and legend, prepared to confront both the human and supernatural challenges threatening the realm. Theirs was a story of resilience, of honor tempered by hardship, and of a legacy that, though battered and almost extinguished, remained unbroken. The Wolves of Winterfell, poised for the long night once more. The North, under the stewardship of Eddard Stark, had endured years of careful rebuilding, a quiet reconstruction that contrasted sharply with the volatile chaos of King's Landing. Winterfell itself had become a symbol of resilience. Stone walls weathered by storms and centuries, towers reaching skyward as if in quiet defiance against time and fate. Within those walls, Ned and Catelyn had nurtured not only their own children but the very essence of House Stark, ensuring that traditions, values, and a sense of duty remained intact. Robb, the eldest, was trained in leadership and warfare, absorbing lessons that extended beyond strategy and combat to include diplomacy, patience, and the nuanced understanding of human behavior. Sansa, with her intelligence and poise, learned the delicate arts of perception and influence, while Arya's restless spirit hinted at adventures and paths that would lead her far beyond the North. Bran and Rickon, though younger, were steeped in the stories and histories that shaped the Stark legacy, their lives tethered to the weight of heritage and expectation. The arrival of Jon Snow, the silent, steadfast presence of Ned's secret son, added complexity and subtle tension, yet also embodied the quiet resilience, that would prove invaluable in years to come. The years of peace between Robert's rebellion and the incipient conflicts of the War of the Five Kings were deceptively calm. Beneath the surface of routine governance and northern prosperity, subtle shifts were occurring. The realm, though outwardly stable, remained brittle in the face of political maneuvering, intrigue, and ambition. While the north enjoyed relative tranquility, the southern kingdoms wrestled with lingering resentments, economic strain, and unresolved tensions from decades of dynastic upheaval. In this period, Ned's leadership emphasized prudence, justice, and the careful management of alliances. Recognizing that even minor oversights could cascade into disaster, the economy of the North was bolstered by careful stewardship of resources, trade, and agriculture essentials that would later support northern armies when the realm erupted once more into conflict. Winterfell, its hearths warm and halls echoing with the laughter and growth of children, became both a sanctuary and a crucible, forging the next generation of Starks in preparation for trials that would demand every ounce of their courage, wisdom, and endurance. Yet the peace, though comforting, was fragile. Subtle political tremors emanated from King's Landing, where the Lannisters had consolidated power, and from across the seas, where new and ancient threats lingered, waiting for opportunities to rise. The royal court, with its serpentine politics and ever-shifting loyalties, remained a constant source of tension. Ned's understanding of the North's unique strengths, loyalty, discipline, and unity under clear leadership contrasted sharply with the manipulations, betrayals, and ruthless ambition of the South. Even the smallest decisions carried enormous consequences, and Ned's unwavering commitment to integrity often clashed with the expedient, sometimes lethal, pragmatism of Southern politics. These pressures tested the Northern values of honor and justice, demanding difficult choices that would shape not only the fate of House Stark but also the course of the realm. Every journey southward, every encounter with Southern lords or royal emissaries, reminded Ned that the world beyond the North was governed by a different logic, one in which deception, coercion, and opportunism frequently overshadowed virtue. Amidst this backdrop, the old magic of Westeros began to stir in ways that many dismissed as legend. The Children of the Forest, the ancient Green Seers, and the Weirwood Network, once peripheral in human affairs, regained significance as the supernatural threats of the North re-emerged. Bran Stark's awakening as a Green Seer marked a critical juncture in this resurgence. His dreams, in which he slipped into Summer's consciousness, revealed the interconnectedness of life, nature, and memory across the North. The senses of the wolf, sharpened and amplified, allowed Bran to perceive nuances of the environment beyond ordinary human capacity: the subtle shift in wind direction, the trembling of distant snowdrifts, the quiet whisper of life and death playing out in hidden corners of the world. With every vision, he pieced together fragments of the past and glimpses of the future, guided by the three-eyed crow and the hidden wisdom encoded within the weirwoods. Jon Snow, stationed at the Wall, experienced a different facet of the North's awakening, though he lacked magical abilities. His exposure to the others and the undead gave him practical insight into the scope and severity of the threat. Every encounter beyond the Wall, every skirmish with whites, every observation of strange, unnatural phenomena, deepened his understanding of the stakes at play. Jon's training, discipline, and natural leadership positioned him as a critical figure in the unfolding struggle, bridging the gap between mortal politics and the supernatural menace encroaching from beyond the icy wilderness. His loyalty, courage, and moral clarity, hallmarks of the Stark temperament, ensured that he would not only survive, but also inspire those around him to act with purpose and determination, even in the face of forces beyond comprehension. Arya Stark's path, divergent yet intertwined with the currents of ancient magic, led her across the narrow sea to Braavos. There, under the tutelage of the Faceless Men, she was immersed in a mystical tradition that emphasized transformation, identity, and mastery over death itself. This training, rigorous and unforgiving, introduced her to a form of magic distinct from the green seer powers of the North, but equally profound in its implications. Through the Faceless Men, Arya learned to detach from personal identity, to move unnoticed, and to wield the instruments of assassination with precision and intent. This discipline, paired with her innate cunning and determination, would later position her as a pivotal actor in both political and supernatural arenas, capable of shaping events in ways that few could anticipate. Meanwhile, across the narrow sea in East, Daenerys Targaryen's hatching of the dragon eggs marked the resurgence of life and fire magic in the world. The return of dragons, long extinct and steeped in legend, signaled a profound shift in the balance of power and magical forces. The emergence of fire, symbolized by these mighty creatures, coincided with the reawakening of the North's ancient icebound magic, suggesting a cosmic interplay between elemental forces. Dragons represented not merely power and destruction, but also the resurgence of a primal, almost living energy that responded to the world's need for balance. The North's wolves, the green seers, and the werewoods, along with the southern resurgence of dragons, hinted at a convergence of magic and fate, a synchronization of fire and ice that had been building for millennia. The North, historically underestimated by southern lords and kings, emerged as the epicenter of this confluence of power, wisdom, and resilience. The Starks' endurance, their steadfast adherence to values that transcended immediate gain, and their attunement to forces older than human memory, positioned them uniquely to confront the challenges ahead. Winterfell itself, with its towering walls, ancient halls, and sacred weirwoods, became more than a fortress. It was a nexus of history, magic, and strategic advantage. The presence of the Stark children, each uniquely gifted, each a repository of the North's legacy, ensured that House Stark would remain central to the unfolding struggle, not merely as political actors but as guardians of a world in peril. Even as the realm descended once more into political instability, the North remained a bastion of continuity and strength. Robb's early campaigns, though ultimately cut short by treachery, had demonstrated the efficacy of disciplined strategy, loyalty, and leadership rooted in mutual respect and shared purpose. The losses suffered at the Red Wedding were devastating, yet the survival of key figures Arya, Sansa, Bran, and Jon preserved the essential core of the Stark line. These survivors carried within them not only the bloodline of the North but also the accumulated knowledge, experience, and mystical potential that would become crucial in the battles to come. The interplay between political turbulence and magical awakening created a narrative tension that defined this era of West. While southern lords schemed, manipulated, and waged war for personal gain, the North quietly prepared for a confrontation that transcended politics, a conflict that reached into the very essence of existence. Winterfell, the Wall, and the ancient forests became stages upon which the forces of ice and fire, life and death, history and prophecy, would inevitably collide. The Starks, by virtue of their endurance, wisdom, and attunement to both the mundane and the mystical, emerged as the linchpin of this confrontation. Their story exemplified the necessity of courage tempered by wisdom, honor balanced with pragmatism, and resilience guided by foresight. As winter approached, its icy breath sweeping across the lands, the North's readiness forged through generations of trial, loss, and vigilance became evident. Jon Snow, standing watch at the Wall, felt the weight of history and responsibility pressing against his shoulders. Yet he remained steadfast. Bran Stark, entrenched in his visions and communions with the Werewolves, began to grasp the intricate web of cause and effect, past and present, action and consequence. Arya, in distant Bravos, honed her skills to a razor's edge, preparing for a role that required both precision and moral flexibility. Each Stark, in their unique capacity, contributed to a larger, unseen tapestry, ensuring that when the forces of darkness, both human and supernatural, rose, the North would not merely endure, but respond with the full measure of its inherited strength. The convergence of these threads, political, familial, magical, created a world poised at the edge of transformation. Winterfell and its inhabitants, though scarred by loss and betrayal, represented the persistence of an ethos that had guided the North for millennia. The wolves, the werewolves, the greenseers, and the newly awakened dragons of Essos were all part of a larger, interconnected design, one that recognized the necessity of balance between fire and ice, life and death, ambition and honor. In this intricate dance of destiny, House Stark's enduring qualities, loyalty, courage, and attunement to ancient forces, positioned them not merely as participants but as pivotal actors, shaping the outcome of events that would determine the fate of all West. The North remained a land of contrasts, stark landscapes where survival demanded resilience and fortitude, yet also a place where old magic whispered through the trees, over the hills, and along the icy rivers. Winterfell itself, enduring through centuries of war, treachery, and political upheaval, stood as both sanctuary and crucible. Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, had worked tirelessly to ensure that the house, scarred though it had been by the tragedies of Robert's Rebellion and the Red Wedding, would rise again. Within the great halls of Winterfell, the rhythms of daily life, the crackle of hearth fires, the scent of baking bread, the hum of diligent servants blended with the echoes of history. A subtle reminder that the Stark legacy was rooted not only in stone and blood, but also in memory, honor, and purpose. Robb Stark's early leadership had demonstrated the North's strength and unity, yet it was the survivors, Arya, Bran, Sansa, Jon, and even Rickon in his youngest years, who would carry forward the mantle of the house in ways that required both traditional courage and new understanding. Particularly as the shadow of supernatural threats grew more tangible with each passing season. Even in years of relative peace, the North was never truly isolated. Its people, though loyal to their liegelords and protective of their lands, remained vigilant against both external and internal threats. Edric Storm, the Northern Bannerman, and minor lords maintained a network of intelligence, constantly reporting changes in neighboring regions, troop movements, and rumors of intrigue emanating from King's Landing and the southern kingdoms. The land itself, rugged and often unforgiving, shaped its inhabitants, instilling in them a practicality and endurance that contrasted sharply with the refined but fragile politicking of the South. The North's culture, its customs, and even its superstitions reflected a deep awareness of mortality and the harshness of winter, both in the literal and metaphorical sense. Children grew up with stories of the long night, tales of direwolves, and legends of the others, narratives that had once seemed like the faint echoes of myth, but now gained renewed relevance as signs and portents began to align in ways that few could fully comprehend. Bran's journey, though largely invisible to the casual observer, became central to the North's awakening. The fall from the tower had been a pivotal moment, not only physically, but magically, spiritually, and psychologically. The injury that should have ended his life instead opened doors that had remained closed for generations. Through dreams, visions, and communion with the werewolves, Bran began to access a form of historical memory that was both personal and collective, merging his consciousness with the past, present, and occasionally glimpses of potential futures. The three-eyed crow, the guide and mentor of his emergent powers, led him through intricate layers of perception, teaching him to see through summer, to inhabit not just the mind of his direwolf, but also the living essence of the werewoods themselves. These experiences, often overwhelming in their intensity, honed Bran's perception and understanding, gradually transforming him into a repository of knowledge, a living archive of northern and global history, and an early warning system against the re-emergent supernatural forces lurking beyond the Wall. Jon Snow's station at the Wall provided a complementary perspective. While Bran's abilities allowed him to perceive patterns, connections, and the intricate threads of ancient magic, Jon's experiences offered direct insight into the immediate threats. Beyond the Wall, he encountered the tangible horrors of the Others and their army of whites. He endured long cold nights where the wind cut through clothing and bone alike, where the snow-covered wilderness seemed both alive and unyielding. Each patrol, each skirmish, and each reconnaissance mission deepened his understanding of the Others' capabilities, their intelligence, coordination, and relentless purpose. Jon's leadership skills, forged in the crucible of harsh northern winters and years of disciplined training at the Wall, prepared him to respond to threats with both pragmatism and foresight. While he lacked the mystical perception of Bran, his experiences grounded him in reality, offering a counterbalance to the abstract and often esoteric knowledge of green seer powers. Arya Stark, meanwhile, navigated an entirely different dimension of danger and power. Her journey in Braavos with the Faceless Men exposed her to a type of magic and discipline that was at once practical, lethal, and philosophical. Here, identity was fluid, death was a tool, and perception shaped reality. The rigorous training, learning to become no one, yet remain herself, demanded both immense mental fortitude and adaptability. Arya learned to read people, to move without notice, and to manipulate her surroundings in ways that amplified her personal strengths. This education, though isolated from the political dynamics of Westeros, positioned her as an agent capable of altering events far beyond her immediate reach. Her experiences were, in a sense, complementary to Bran's, while he learned to observe and influence through vision and connection. Arya learned to act and adapt in the physical world with precision and flexibility. Together, they represented the North's capacity to survive through multiple modes of resilience, mystical insight, tactical skill, and human adaptability. Daenerys Targaryen's rise in Essos mirrored, yet contrasted with, the Stark children's paths, where the Starks relied on loyalty, endurance, and mystical heritage. Daenerys' emergence with her dragons introduced raw elemental power into the equation. The hatching of 3 dragons after over a century of dormancy represented not merely political leverage, but a fundamental shift in the magical landscape. Fire and life surged into the world, bringing both awe and terror. The dragons, intelligent and bonded to Daenerys, were extensions of her will and symbols of rebirth, a phoenix arising from the ashes of Valeria's lost empire. Their presence aligned temporally with the reawakening of northern magic, creating a cosmic balance between fire and ice, life and death, creation and destruction. This duality, embodied in the Starks and the Targaryens, hinted at an inevitable convergence, a stage set for events that would test the boundaries of human understanding, courage, and endurance. The political landscape of Westeros, ever volatile, continued to play a crucial role in shaping the North's actions. The Lannisters' manipulations, the fracturing of the southern kingdoms, and the competing claims for the Iron Throne created opportunities and dangers in equal measure. Robb Stark's brief kingship, though tragically curtailed by betrayal at the Red Wedding, demonstrated the North's capacity for self-determination, strategic thought, and leadership under duress. His victories, though ultimately insufficient to secure lasting dominance, revealed the essential truth that the North could win against larger, more resource-rich Southern forces when fighting for survival, honor, and family. The lessons learned from these conflicts in leadership, diplomacy, and battlefield tactics became embedded in the consciousness of the surviving Stark children, influencing decisions, alliances, and strategies that would unfold in the years to come. The Red Wedding, a stark and devastating betrayal, also underscored the complexity of honor in Westeros. The North, with its emphasis on oaths, loyalty, and hospitality, confronted a world where deceit and ruthlessness often triumphed. The deaths of Robb and Catelyn, the scattering of Arya and Sansa, and the temporary disappearance of Bran and Rickon were not merely losses of lives, but also fractures in the North's societal and political fabric. Yet, these tragedies, while devastating, also reinforced the resilience and adaptability of the remaining Starks. Jon's continued presence at the Wall, Arya's survival in Braavos, and Bran's growing mystical understanding ensured that the house, though diminished, retained the essential elements needed to confront both human and supernatural threats. In tandem with political and mystical developments, the North's natural environment remained a defining influence. Harsh winters, rugged terrain, and the omnipresent threat of famine and isolation shaped the strategies, lifestyles, and cultures of northern peoples, while southern lords often viewed these conditions as obstacles. The Starks and their bannermen understood them as strengths, factors that honed endurance, fostered community cohesion, and enhanced defensive capabilities. Knowledge of the land, its cycles, and its secrets became a form of power, a resource as critical as armies or dragons. The Wall, ancient and massive, stood as both a literal and symbolic barrier, protecting not just the realm but the accumulated wisdom and vigilance of generations, with Jon Snow as its most recent sentinel. Ultimately, Part 5 underscores the intertwining of political acumen, mystical awakening, and environmental mastery as central themes in the Stark narrative. While the South struggled with intrigue, succession crises, and moral decay, the North quietly prepared, through discipline, resilience, and deep historical and magical awareness, to face threats that transcended conventional warfare. Each Stark child, in their unique trajectory, became a node in this broader web, ensuring that House Stark's legacy, influence, and survival were preserved, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. Winterfell and the North, though scarred by loss, remained not only the heart of the Stark lineage, but also the fulcrum upon which the survival of Westeros itself might hinge. Poised at the intersection of honor, magic, and destiny. As the shadow of the War of the Five Kings receded, the North remained a region defined by vigilance, resilience, and deep historical memory. Winterfell, though partially ruined and scarred by successive invasions and betrayals, continued to serve as the heart of Stark authority, a bastion of endurance in a realm fractured by politics, ambition, and betrayal. The surviving Stark children, each shaped by tragedy, survival, and the weight of their heritage, began to assume roles that were both personal and emblematic, reflecting the intertwined nature of family, duty, and destiny in a land governed by cycles of power and peril. Jon Snow, stationed at the Wall, lived in constant proximity to death, ice, and the creeping menace of the others. Each patrol beyond the Wall, each skirmish with wildlings or whites, and every winter storm tested not only his physical strength but also his judgment, leadership, and resilience. The cold, cutting winds and biting snow became as much a teacher as any mentor, instilling in him a patience and adaptability that would later prove critical in facing existential threats. Bran Stark's experiences, in contrast, were both internal and metaphysical, unfolding across the hidden networks of the weirwoods and the green seer abilities he slowly mastered. The three-eyed crow guided him through visions that spanned centuries, revealing the interconnectedness of Westeros' past, present, and potential futures. Bran's consciousness stretched outward, merging with the awareness of the trees, observing events across vast distances and uncovering truths that were long buried, forgotten, or actively suppressed. These revelations were often overwhelming, a tapestry of human triumph and folly, of wars won and lost, of magic fading and returning, but they equipped Bran with insights that transcended conventional political or military power. Each vision, each communion with the weirwoods, reinforced the idea that the Stark legacy was more than survival, more than the continuation of a house. It was the stewardship of knowledge, of history, and of the forces of the world itself. Arya Stark's journey through Braavos and her training with the Faceless Men added another layer to the North's survival strategy. Her abilities, honed to the point of near perfection, allowed her to move undetected, manipulate perception, and wield death as a precision tool. Though her path was distant from Winterfell, her skill set intersected with the overarching threats to Westeros in critical ways. Arya's exposure to the many-faced god, combined with her innate sense of justice and loyalty, positioned her to act decisively when conventional means of governance, warfare, or diplomacy failed. While Jon confronted the tangible, Bran the mystical, Arya embodied the principle of adaptability and transformation, the capacity to reshape identity and outcomes in response to extreme challenges. In combination, the Stark siblings' unique strengths mirrored the balance between tradition, magic, and adaptability, all necessary to endure the multifaceted threats emerging across the continent, understand their causes and consequences, and perceive patterns that eluded ordinary mortals. These insights were not merely academic. They informed strategic decisions, revealed potential threats, and illuminated the actions necessary to preserve life and stability. Bran's ability to see through the eyes of others, to inhabit their perspectives, and to influence events subtly positioned him as both historian and guardian, a bridge between past, present, and future. His role underscored the idea that knowledge, particularly when intertwined with mystical understanding, could be as powerful as armies or political alliances in shaping the fate of Westeros. Jon Snow's experiences at the Wall placed him at the forefront of the existential threat posed by the others, an ancient force that dwarfed any political disputes in the South. His leadership within the Night's Watch required balancing immediate tactical concerns, the safety of his men, the maintenance of the Wall, and the defense against raiders, with the anticipation of a larger magical threat that demanded foresight, cooperation, and moral clarity. Jon's encounters with the wildlings, his efforts to unify disparate factions, and his direct confrontations with White Walkers reinforced the limits of conventional authority and the necessity of flexibility, empathy, and practical wisdom. Unlike his siblings, Jon's path combined martial skill with ethical decision-making and strategic foresight, demonstrating that leadership in an age of both political intrigue and supernatural peril required a synthesis of courage, intelligence, and moral vision. His experiences at the Wall, positioned him uniquely as a figure capable of understanding the broader implications of magical and political events, making him central to the survival of the North and, potentially, all of Westeros. Meanwhile, the resurgence of magic in Westeros was not limited to individual awakenings. It manifested on a broader, more cosmic scale. The hatching of dragons in Essos, the return of direwolves to the north, and Bran's emerging green seer abilities signaled a convergence of mystical forces that had lain dormant for generations. These events suggested a world increasingly defined by the interplay of elemental powers, fire and ice, creation and destruction, life and death. The North, with its ancient traditions, mystical knowledge, and strong leadership, was uniquely positioned to respond to these shifts. The survival and awakening of the Starks, both human and magical, provided a counterbalance to the chaos and corruption in the South, demonstrating how ancient knowledge, careful stewardship, and the integration of multiple forms of power could influence outcomes on a scale far beyond conventional politics. The Starks' connection to magic was not incidental. It was a defining aspect of their capacity to preserve life, guide decisions, and confront threats that had persisted for millennia. The political instability of King's Landing further emphasized the contrast between northern and southern approaches to power. While the North relied on loyalty, honor, and cohesion, the southern kingdoms often prioritized ambition, subterfuge, and self-interest. The manipulation of heirs, the scheming of queens, and the arbitrary exercise of authority in the capital created a volatile environment in which traditional virtues were insufficient to ensure survival. The surviving Starks, informed by past betrayals and armed with both mystical insight and practical experience, learned to navigate these dynamics with caution, discernment, and strategy. Their ability to integrate lessons from previous conflicts with new knowledge, both magical and political, allowed them to anticipate threats, protect their interests, and influence outcomes in ways that aligned with their long-term goals. In essence, the North became a bastion of measured strength, ethical pragmatism, and preparedness in a continent increasingly defined by unpredictability and danger. Winterfell itself became more than a physical stronghold. It transformed into a center of cultural memory, strategic planning, and mystical resonance. The castles, halls, forests, and surrounding lands were imbued with history, familial legacy, and the echoes of the old magic that had long guided the North. Direwolves, green seer abilities, and the ancient weirwoods reinforced the unique bond between the Starks and the forces, shaping Westeros beyond conventional understanding. Within these walls, the remaining Starks cultivated leadership, resilience, and mystical attunement, preparing for challenges that transcended conventional warfare and politics. The environment itself became a teacher, reinforcing lessons in strategy, patience, adaptability, and the importance of preserving both knowledge and life. Winterfell's continued stewardship exemplified how the integration of history, mystical heritage, and practical governance could equip a house to survive, adapt, and thrive in a world fraught with peril. Ultimately, this period of dispersal, awakening, and strategic learning underscored the multifaceted nature of power and survival in Westeros. The North, guided by the Starks, demonstrated that martial prowess alone was insufficient. Effective leadership required a synthesis of knowledge, foresight, adaptability, and mystical attunement. Each Stark child, through their unique experiences, Sansa's political cunning, Arya's mastery of subterfuge, Bran's green seer abilities, and Jon's leadership at the Wall, contributed to a collective capacity to influence outcomes and confront both human and supernatural threats. The convergence of these abilities, coupled with the North's preservation of ancient traditions, mystical knowledge, and loyalty, positioned the Starks as central figures in the unfolding struggles of Westeros. They embodied a balance of heart, mind, and mystical insight, preparing not only for immediate survival, but for the ultimate confrontation with forces that had shaped the continent for millennia, ensuring that their house, their people, and their values could endure even in the face of unprecedented challenges. The final phase of the Starks' journey, culminating in the events leading directly into the conflicts most familiar from Game of Thrones, emphasizes the culmination of centuries of experience, loss, and mystical awakening. With Winterfell under the stewardship of the surviving Stark children, the North had solidified its position as both a physical and symbolic bastion against chaos. Robb Stark, during his brief reign as king in the North, had exemplified the qualities of leadership taught to him through lineage and circumstance. Yet he was tragically constrained by human frailty, youthful impetuosity, and the unyielding demands of honor. His victories in the early campaigns against the Southern forces demonstrated that Northern forces, disciplined, loyal, and intimately familiar with their land, could achieve remarkable success even against numerically superior foes. Yet, as the Red Wedding tragically illustrated, warfare in Westeros is never determined solely by the skill of arms. It is equally, if not more, influenced by cunning, treachery, and the ability to manipulate perceptions and exploit weaknesses. This event, devastating as it was, served as a brutal reminder of the high stakes and complex moral calculus that defined leadership in a land where loyalty was often conditional, and vows could be broken with impunity. The scattering of the Stark children after this catastrophe transformed the remaining members of the house into independent agents of influence, each navigating different worlds and systems of power while retaining the core values instilled by their father, Eddard Stark. Sansa, having survived the horrors of King's Landing, evolved from a naive girl into a master of political subtlety. Her understanding of manipulation, perception, and the strategic use of information, allowing her to survive and eventually influence outcomes in ways that brute force could not. Arya, meanwhile, embraced anonymity, mastery of disguise, and lethal precision, honing skills that would allow her to operate in environments where conventional forms of power and authority held little sway. Her time with the Faceless Men emphasized the importance of observation, timing, and controlled action, lessons that would enable her to exact justice on her own terms. While navigating morally complex situations, Bran's continued development as a Green Seer allowed him to integrate mystical knowledge with strategic foresight, linking the North to the Weirwood network and providing a historical and supernatural perspective on the unfolding events in Westeros. His ability to perceive past, present, and potential futures offered the house a unique form of power, one that transcended the conventional limitations of armies, castles, and political alliances. Jon Snow's experiences at the Wall, on the other hand, demonstrated the crucial importance of understanding threats that are both immediate and existential. His role as a leader among the Night's Watch, and later as a unifying figure with the Wildlings, highlighted the need for empathy, foresight, and moral courage when confronting dangers that could not be solved by traditional warfare or feudal politics. Each of these experiences, though varied, contributed to the resurgence of House Stark as a force capable of influencing the broader fate of Westeros. As winter's threat and the return of the others loomed ever larger, the convergence of magical forces across the continent emphasized that the Starks' endurance was not simply a matter of political or military acumen. The resurgence of direwolves, the hatching of dragons in East, Arya's mastery of the Faceless Men's arts, and Bran's awakening as a green seer collectively illustrated a world in which magic, history, and politics were intertwined. The Starks, having maintained connections to ancient traditions and mystical knowledge, were uniquely positioned to recognize and respond to these converging forces. This interplay between supernatural awareness and practical leadership reinforced a central theme. Survival in Westeros required more than courage, loyalty, or physical strength. It demanded wisdom, adaptability, and an understanding of forces that most of the realm had forgotten or dismissed entirely. The North, guided by the surviving Starks, became a focal point where past and future, magic and politics, human and supernatural threats intersected. Their enduring connection to the land, the old ways, and their mystical heritage positioned them as both guardians and agents of change, capable of shaping the outcome of events in ways that extended far beyond the conventional bounds of noble obligation or feudal loyalty. The arrival of Daenerys Targaryen in Essos, her emergence as the Mother of Dragons, and the return of fire magic reinforced the idea that Westeros was experiencing a period of profound magical resurgence. Dragons, once extinct, reintroduced a scale of power previously unseen for generations, fundamentally altering the strategic and mystical landscape. Simultaneously, the Other's movements beyond the Wall demonstrated that the North's ancient enemies were reawakening, threatening the survival of all humanity. These dual forces of fire and ice, life and death, highlighted the necessity of preparing for conflicts that could not be anticipated through conventional, political, or military reasoning alone. The Starks, with their deep historical awareness, mystical connections, and rigorous moral framework, were uniquely suited to confront these challenges. Their experiences had taught them resilience, patience, and strategic thought, qualities essential in facing forces that operated according to rules far different from those of ordinary human society. The convergence of these magical and existential threats underscored the North's role as both protector and pivotal actor in the unfolding fate of Westeros. The scattered Stark children, despite being separated and tested individually, collectively embodied the ancient strengths of their house. Their endurance, adaptability, and moral grounding allowed them to navigate environments of extreme danger and uncertainty. Sansa's rise in political sophistication, Arya's lethal skill set, Bran's mystical awareness, and Jon's leadership at the Wall illustrated the multifaceted nature of the Stark legacy. Each child, operating within unique circumstances, demonstrated that survival and influence required a synthesis of skill, knowledge, and moral clarity. The North itself, with its harsh winters, ancient fortresses, and deeply ingrained cultural resilience, served as a crucible that strengthened these qualities. In preserving the legacy of their ancestors while adapting to new and unprecedented challenges, the Starks ensured that their house would not only endure but also continue to play a decisive role in the resolution of the continent's greatest threats. The interplay between human ambition and ancient forces defined the era. While southern kingdoms engaged in political scheming, betrayals, and conflicts over the Iron Throne, the North focused on preserving life, understanding supernatural threats, and integrating ancient knowledge into practical governance. The contrast highlighted a central lesson in a world dominated by both human treachery and supernatural forces. Wisdom, preparation, and moral fortitude were as crucial as swords and armies. The Starks' ability to operate across these domains, combining martial discipline, political intelligence, mystical insight, and ethical leadership, positioned them to influence outcomes in ways no single kingdom or ruler could achieve alone. Their endurance exemplified the idea that long-term survival in Westeros demanded a holistic understanding of both visible and hidden forces. blending traditional power with awareness of historical, mystical, and ethical dimensions. By the time the narrative of Game of Thrones fully unfolds, the North has become a linchpin in the continent's balance of power. The Starks, having endured centuries of upheaval, betrayals, and magical awakening, are uniquely equipped to confront the dual challenges of human politics and supernatural threats. Winterfell functions as both a physical stronghold and a symbolic heart of continuity, resilience, and foresight. The surviving Starks, shaped by personal trials, magical awakenings, and profound loss, carry forward the accumulated wisdom of generations, ensuring that their house remains a force capable of confronting the greatest dangers Westeros has ever faced. Their story demonstrates that the true strength of House Stark lies not merely in martial prowess or political influence, but in a synthesis of honor, adaptability, mystical awareness, and ethical leadership, qualities that allow them to endure, guide, and protect in a world defined by both mortal and immortal peril. In conclusion, the saga of House Stark, from Ken Stark's Hour of the Wolf through the tumultuous events of Robert's Rebellion, the War of the Five Kings, and the mystical awakenings of the surviving children, reveals a lineage defined by resilience, wisdom, and an extraordinary capacity for adaptation. Each generation, tested by betrayal, warfare, and magical resurgence, contributed to the enduring strength of the house. The North, guided by these principles, remains a bastion of stability, a repository of ancient knowledge, and a strategic player in both human and supernatural affairs. The surviving Starks, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Jon, embody the convergence of centuries of learning, mystical heritage, and ethical leadership, preparing the house for challenges that transcend conventional understanding. Their story, simultaneously tragic and inspiring, serves as a testament to the enduring power of honor, foresight, adaptability, and the intimate connection between people, place, and the forces that shape history. In this light, House Stark is not merely a noble family. It is a living embodiment of the North itself, enduring, perceptive, morally grounded, and prepared to meet the threats of both this world and the realms beyond. Theirs is a legacy that will continue to resonate, guiding the fate of Westeros as long as the old magic persists, the wolves endure, and the children of the North remember the lessons of their ancestors.